उत्तिष्ठ सत्य साईशा कर्तव्यं दैवमान्निकम् उत्तिष्ठोत्तिष्ठ पर्तिष उत्तिष्ठ जगदीपते उत्तिष्ठ करुणा पूर्णा लोकमङ्गलसिद्धये चित्रावती तटविशाल सुशान्त सौदे तिष्ठन्ति सेवकजनास्तव दर्शनार्थम् आदित्यकान्तिरनुभाति समस्तलोकान् श्री सत्य साई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् त्वन्नाम कीर्तनरतास्तव दिव्यनामा गायन्ति भक्तिरसपान प्रहृष्टचित्ताः दातुं कृपासहितदर्शनमाशु तेभ्यः श्री सत्य साई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् आदाय दिव्यकुसुमानि मनोहराणि श्रीपादपूजनविधिं भवदङ्घ्रिमूले कर्तुं महोत्सुकतया प्रविशन्ति भक्ताः श्री सत्य साई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् देशान्तरागतबुधास्तव दिव्यमूर्तिम् सन्दर्शनाभिरतिसंयुतचित्तवृत्त्या वेदोक्तमन्त्रपठनेन लसन्त्यजस्रम् श्री सत्य साई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् श्रुत्वा तवाद्भुतचरित्रमखण्डकीर्तिम् व्याप्तां दिगन्तरविशाल धरातलेऽस्मिन् जिज्ञासुलोक उपतिष्ठति चाश्रमेऽस्मिन् श्री सत्य साई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् सीता सती समविशुद्ध हृदम्बुजाताः भवङ्गनाकरगृहीत सुपुष्पहारा स्तुन्वन्ति दिव्यनुतिभिः फणिभूषणं त्वा श्री सत्य साई भगवन् तव सुप्रभातम् सुप्रभातमिदं पुण्यं ये पठन्ति दिने दिने ते विशन्ति परन्दाम ज्ञानविज्ञानशोभिता मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय वतयानो रुद्रमृळया या ते रुद्रशिवा तनूरघोरा पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुवाशन्तमया गिरिशन्ता विचाकशीः यामिषुङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्षस्तवे शिवां गिरित्रतां कुरु माहि गुंसि पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिवक्ता प्रथमो दैव्योऽभिषक् अहीगश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्चयातु दान्यः असौ यस्ताम्रो अरुण उत बभ्रुः सुमङ्गलः ये क्षेमागुं रुद्रा अभितो दिक्षिश्रिताः सहस्रशो वैशागुं मेडयीमहे असौ यो वसर्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उतैनं गोपा अदृशन्नदृशन्नुतहार्यः उतैनं विश्वाभूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय मीडुषे अतो ये अस्य सत्त्वानो हन्तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्चदन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरात्नियोज्यां याश्च ते अस्त इषवः पराता भगवो वपा अवतत्यदनुस्त्वगुं सहस्राक्षशतेषु दे निशीर्य शल्यानां मुखा शिवो नः सुमना भव विज्जन्दनुःकपर्दिनो विशल्यो बाणवागुमुता अनेशन्नस्येष वा आबुरस्य निषङ्गतिः या ते हेतिर्मीडुष्टमहस्ते बभूव ते धनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुजा नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधायानातताय धृष्णवे उभाभ्यामुत ते नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धन्वने परिते धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् वृणक्तु विश्वतः अतो यैषुधिस्तवारे अस्मन्निदेहितम् नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्रयम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठाय मृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदाशिवाय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यबाहवे सेनान्ये दिशाञ्च पतये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पतये नमो नमः सस्पिञ्जराय त्विषीमते पतीनां पतये नमो नमो बब्लुषाय विव्याधिनेन्नानां पतये नमो नमो हरिकेशायोपवीतिने पुष्टानां पतये नमो नमो भवस्य हेत्यै जगतां पतये नमो नमो रुद्राय तथा विनेक्षेत्राणां पतये नमो नमः सूताय हन्त्याय वनानां पतये नमो नमो रोहिताय स्तपतये वृक्षाणां पतये नमो नमो मन्त्रिणे वाणिजाय कक्षानां पतये नमो नमो भुवन्तये वारिवस्कृताय औषधीनां पतये नमो नमः उच्छैर्घोषाय क्रन्दयते पत्तिनां पतये नमो नमः कृत्स्नवीताय धावते सत्त्वना पतये नमः नमः सहमानाय निव्याधिन आव्याधिनीनां पतये नमो नमः ककुवाय निषङ्गिने स्तेनानां पतये नमो नमो निषङ्गिन इषुधिमते तस्कराणां पतये नमो नमो वञ्चते परिवञ्चते स्थायूनां पतये नमो नमो निचेरवे परिचरायारण्यानां पतये नमो नमः श्रिकाविभ्यो जिगागुं सद्भ्यो मुष्णतां पतये नमो नमो सिमद्भ्यो नक्तञ्चरभ्यः प्रकृन्तानां पतये नमो नमः उष्णीषिणे गिरिचराय कुलुञ्चानां पतये नमो नमः इषुमद्भ्यो दन्वाविभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आतन्वानेभ्यः प्रतिददानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आयच्छद्भ्यो विसृजद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमोऽस्यद्भ्यो विद्यद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः आसीनेभ्यः शयानेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः स्वपद्भ्यो जाग्रद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तिष्ठद्भ्यो दावद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सभाभ्यः सभापतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो अश्वेभ्योऽश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नम आव्यादिनीभ्यो विविद्यन्तीभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः उगनाभ्यस्तृगंहतीभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो कृत्सेभ्यो गृत्सपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो व्रातेभ्यो व्रातपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो गणेभ्यो गणपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो विरूपेभ्यो विश्वरूपेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो महद्भ्यः क्षुल्लकेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमो रथेभ्यो रथपतिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः सेनाभ्यः सेनानिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः शत्रुभ्यः सङ्ग्रहीतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः इषुकृद्भ्यो दन्वकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो नमो मृगयुभ्यः श्वनिभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः श्वभ्यश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च श्रुतिकण्ठाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतदन्वने च नमो गिरिशाय च शिपिविष्टाय च नमो मीडुष्टमाय चेषुमते च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयसे च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नमः आशवे चाजिराय च नमः शीघ्रियाय च शीभ्याय च नमः ऊर्म्याय चावस्वन्याय च नमः श्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नमः पूर्वजाय चापरजाय च नमो मध्यमाय चापगल्भाय च नमो जगन्याय च बुद्नियाय च नमः सोऽव्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च कल्याय च नमः श्लोक्याय चावसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेनाय चाशुरताय च नमः शूराय चावविन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरूदिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय चाहनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रमृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने चेषुदिमते च नमः तीक्ष्णे शवे चायुधिने च नमः स्वायुधाय च सुदन्वने च नमः श्रुत्याय च पत्याय च नमः काठ्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूद्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईद्रियाय चातप्याय च नमो वाट्याय च रेश्मियाय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ॐ हर 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 ॐ नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय चारुणाय च नमः शङ्गाय च पशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वदाय च दूरे वदाय च नमो हन्त्रे च यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शङ्कराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमस्तेत्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय चावार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आतार्याय चालार्याय च नमः षष्प्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमैरिण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगुंशिलाय च क्षयनाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुलस्तये च नमो गोष्ठ्याय च गृह्याय च नमः स्तल्प्याय च गेह्याय च नमः काट्याय च गह्वरेष्ठाय च नमो हृदयाय च निवेश्याय च नमः पागुंसव्याय च रजस्याय च नमः शुष्क्याय च हरित्याय च नमो लोप्याय चोलप्याय च नमः ऊर्व्याय च सूर्याय च नमः पर्ण्याय च पर्णसद्याय च नमोपगुरमानाय चाभिघ्नते च नमः आखिदते च प्रक्किदते च नमो वक्किरिकेभ्यो देवानागुंहृदयेभ्यो नमो विक्षीणकेभ्यो नमो विचिन्वत्केभ्यो नम आनिर्हतेभ्यो नम आमीवत्केभ्यः द्रापे अन्धसस्पते दरिद्रन्नीललोहिता येषां पुरुषाणां येषां पशूनां माभिर्मारुमो येषां किञ्चनाममत् या ते रुद्रशिवा तनुशिवा विश्वाह भेषजी शिवा रुद्रस्य भेषजी तया नो मृडजीवसे इमागुं रुद्राय तवसे कपर्दिने क्षयद्वीराय प्रभरामहे मतिं यथा नः शमसद्विपदे चतुष्पदे विश्वं पुष्टं ग्रामे अस्मिन्ननातुरम् मृडानो रुद्रोतनो मयस्कृदिक्षयद्वीराय नमसा विधीमते यच्छञ्चयोश्च मनुराय जे पिता तदस्याम तव रुद्रप्रणीतो मानो महान्तमुतमानो अर्भकं मान उक्षन्तमुतमान उक्षितं मानो वदी पितरं मोत मातरं प्रियामानस्तनुवो रुद्ररीरिषः मानस्तोके तनये मान आयुषि मानो गोषु मानो अश्वेषुरीरिषः वीरान्मानो रुद्रभामितो वदेर्हविष्मन्तो नमसा विधीमते आराते गोम्नौत पूरुषग्ने क्षयद्वीराय सुम्नमस्मे ते अस्तु रक्षा च नो अधि च देव ब्रूह्यदा च नः शर्म यच्छद्विबर्हाः स्तुहि श्रुतं गर्तसदं मृगन्न भीममुपहत्नुमुग्रम् मृडाचरित्रे रुद्रस्तवानो अन्यन्ते अस्मन्निव पन्तु सेनाः परिणो रुद्रस्य हेतिर्वृणक्तु परित्रेषस्य दुर्मतिरगायो अवस्थिरामगवभ्यस्तनुष्वमीढस्तोकायतनयाय मृडया मीडुष्टमशिवतमशिवो नः सुमना भव परमे वृक्ष आयुधन्निदाय कृत्तिं वसान आचर पिनाकं बिभ्रदागहि विकिरिदविलोहित नमस्ते अस्तु भगवः यास्ते सहस्रगुंहेतन्योन्यमस्मन्निव पन्तु ताः सहस्राणि सहस्रदा बाहुवोस्तव हेतयः तासामीशानो भगवः पराचीनामुकाकृति सहस्राणि सहस्रशो ये रुद्रा अधिभूम्यां तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वदन्वानि तन्मसि अस्मिन् महत्यर्णवेऽन्तरिक्षे भवा अदि नीलग्रीवा शितिकण्ठा सर्वा अधः क्षमाचराः नीलग्रीवाशितिकण्ठादिवगुं रुद्रा उपश्रिताः ये वृक्षेषु सस्पिञ्जरा नीलग्रीवा विलोहिताः ये भूतानामधिपतयो विशिखासक्कपर्दिनः ये अन्येषु विविद्यन्ति पात्रेषु पिबतो जनान् ये पतां पतिरक्षयैलभृदाय व्युदः ये तीर्थानि प्रचरन्ति श्रिकावन्तो निषङ्गिनः य एतावन्तश्च भूयागुंशश्च दिशो रुद्रावितस्थिरे तेषागुं सहस्रयोजने वदन्वानि तन्मसि नमो रुद्रेभ्यो ये पृथिव्यां येऽन्तरिक्षे ये दिवि येषामन्नं वातो वर्षमिषवस्तेभ्यो दश प्राचीर्दश दक्षिणा दश प्रतीचीर्दशोदीचीर्दशोद्वास्तेभ्यो नमस्ते नो मृडयन्तु तेयं विस्मो यश्च नो द्वेष्टितं भोजं वेददामि त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मुक्षीयमामृतात् यो रुद्रो अग्नौ यो अप्सु य ओषधीषु यो रुद्रो विश्वा भुवना विवेश तस्मै रुद्राय नमो अस्तु एते सहस्रमयुतं पाशा मृत्योर्मर्त्याय हन्तवे तान्यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वानवयजामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा मृत्यवे स्वाहा प्राणानां ग्रन्थिरसि रुद्रो मा विशान्तकः तेनान्येनाप्यायस्व नमो रुद्राय विष्णवे मृत्युर्मे पाहि तमुष्टु यस्विषु सुदन्वायो विश्वस्य क्षयति भेषजस्य यक्ष्वा महिषौ मनसाय रुद्रं नमो बिर्देवमसुरं दुवस्य अयं मे हस्तो भगवान् अयं मे भगवत्तरः अयं मे विश्वभेषजो यगुं शिवा विमर्शनः ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः यदक्षरपदभ्रष्टं मात्राहीनं तु यद्भवेत् तत्सर्वं क्षम्यतां देव नारायण नमोऽस्तु ते विसर्गबिन्दुमात्राणि पदपादाक्षराणि च न्यूनानि चातिरिक्तानि क्षमस्व साईश्वर अपराधसहस्राणि क्रियन्ते हर्निशं मया दासोऽयमिति मां मत्वा क्षमस्व साईश्वर अन्यथा शरणं नास्ति त्वमेव शरणं मम तस्मात् कारुण्यभावेन रक्ष रक्ष साईश्वर हरिः ॐ तत्सत् श्री साईश्वरार्पणमस्तु।
भगवान् सत्य साई बाबाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सत्य स्वरूपाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सत्य धर्म परायणाय नमः। ओम श्री साई वरदाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सत्पुरुषाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सत्य गुणात्मने नमः। ओम श्री साई साधुवर्धनाय नमः। ओम श्री साई साधुजन पोषणाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वज्ञाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वजन प्रियाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वशक्ति मूर्तये नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वेशाय नमः। ओम श्री साई सर्वसंग परित्यागिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वान्तर्यामिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई महिमात्मने नमः। ॐ श्री साई महेश्वर स्वरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पर्तिग्रामोद्भवाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पर्तिक्षेत्र निवासिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई यशक्काय शिरडिवासिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई जोडि आदिपल्लि सोमप्पाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भारद्वाज ऋषिगोत्राय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तवत्सलाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अपान्तरात्मने नमः। ॐ श्री साई अवतारमूर्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वभयनिवारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई आपस्तम्भसूत्राय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अभयप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई रत्नाकरवंशोद्भवाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई शिरडि साई अभेदशक्त्यावताराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई शङ्कराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई शिरडि साई मूर्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई द्वारकामाई वासिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई चित्रावती तटपुट्टपर्तिविहारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई शक्तिप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई शरणागतत्राणाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आनन्दाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आनन्ददाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आर्तत्राणपरायणाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अनाथनाथाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई असहाय सहायाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई लोकबान्धवाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई लोकरक्षापरायणाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई लोकनाथाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई दीनजनपोषणाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई मूर्तित्रयस्वरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई मुक्तिप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कलुषविदूराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई करुणाकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वाधाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वहृद्वासिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुण्यफलप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वपापक्षयकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वरोगनिवारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वबाधाहराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अनन्तनुतकर्तृणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई आदिपुरुषाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आदिशक्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई अपरूपशक्तिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई अव्यक्तरूपिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई कामक्रोधध्वंसिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई कनकाम्बरधारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई अद्भुतशर्याय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आपद्बान्धवाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रेमात्मने नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रेममूर्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रेमप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई प्रियाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तप्रियाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तमन्दाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तजनहृदयविहाराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तजनहृदयालयाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तपराधीनाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तिज्ञानप्रदीपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भक्तिज्ञानप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सुज्ञानमार्गदर्शकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई ज्ञानस्वरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई गीताबोधकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई ज्ञानसिद्धिदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सुन्दररूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुण्यपुरुषाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई फलप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुरुषोत्तमाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई पुराणपुरुषाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अतीताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कालातीताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सिद्धिरूपाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सिद्धसंकल्पाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आरोग्यप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई अन्नवस्त्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई संसारदुःखक्षयकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वाभीष्टप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कल्याणगुणाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई कर्मध्वंसिने नमः। ॐ श्री साई साधुमानसशोभिताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वमतसम्मताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई साधुमानसपरिशोधकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई साधकानुग्रहवटवृक्षप्रतिष्ठापकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सकलसंशयहराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सकलतत्त्वबोधकाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई योगीश्वराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई योगीन्द्रवन्दिताय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वमङ्गलकराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई सर्वसिद्धिप्रदाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई आपन्निवारिणे नमः। ॐ श्री साई आर्तिहराय नमः। ॐ श्री साई शान्तमूर्तये नमः। ॐ श्री साई सुलभप्रसन्नाय नमः। ॐ श्री साई भगवान् श्री सत्य साई बाबाय नमः।
देवादिदेवा विनायका स्वरूपा सुरमुनिवन्दिता प्रणवस्वरूपा सुरमुनिवन्दिता देवादिदेवा विनायका मंगलचरणा पाहि गजानना मंगलचरणा पाहि गजानना हे शुभदायक विघ्नविनाशक हे शुभदायक विघ्नविनाशक श्रीचरणं भवदुःखहरणं श्रीचरणं 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 देवादिदेवा विनायका देवादिदेवा विनायका मङ्गलचरणा पाहि गजानना हे शुभदायक विघ्नविनाशक श्रीचरणं भवदुपहरणम् श्रीचरणं श्रीचरणं देवादिदेवा विनायका
अग्रे वदाय च दूरे वदाय च नमो हन्त्रीय
अम्ब जगदीश्वरी साईश्वरी अम्ब जगदीश्वरी कल्याणी कांचीपुरी कामाक्षी
श्री साई देवा
श्री साई देवा
ब्रह्मानंद रूपा श्री साई देवा
ब्रह्मानंद रूपा श्री साई देवा
वृंद विहारा आनंद चंदा वृंद विहारा आनंद चंदा ब्रह्मानंद रूपा श्री साई देवा नित्यानंद आत्मानंद केशवा गोविंद नित्यानंद आत्मानंद केशवा गोविंद गोपाल जय आनंद मुकुंद ಆನಂದ ಚಂದ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾನಂದ ರೂಪ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಾಯಿ ದೇವ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಆತ್ಮಾನಂದ ಕೇಶವ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗೋಪಾಲ ಜಯ ಆನಂದ ಮುಕುಂದ 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 ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾನಂದ ರೂಪ ಶ್ರೀ ಸಾಯಿ ದೇವ
शिरडी निवासा साई शंकरा शिरडी निवासा साई शंकरा परती निवासा साई शंकरा परती निवासा साई शंकरा पावदीता भावगोचरा पावदीता भावगोचरा कालातीता काल भैरवा कालातीता काल भैरवा शिरडी निवासा साई शंकरा परती निवासा साई शंकरा पावतीता भावगोचरा कालातीता काल भैरवा जय जगदीश्वर ओंकारेश्वर 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 शिरडी निवासा साई शंकरा
भजन बिना सुख शांति दीनानाथ ब्रह्म रूप सद्गुरु साईनाथ दीनानाथ ब्रह्म रूप सद्गुरु निराकार ही आकार सत्य साई सद्गुरु निराकार ही आकार सत्य साई सद्गुरु ओमकार सद्गुरु निर्विकार सद्गुरु ओमकार सद्गुरु निर्विकार सद्गुरु निर्विकार सद्गुरु ओमकार सद्गुरु निर्विकार सद्गुरु ओमकार सद्गुरु साईनाथ दीनानाथ ब्रह्म रूप सद्गुरु मात पिता सद्गुरु सकल तुम्ही सद्गुरु मात पिता सद्गुरु सकल तुम्ही 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 सद्गुरु साईनाथ दीनानाथ ब्रह्म रूप सद्गुरु निराकार ही आकार सत्य साई सद्गुरु ओमकार सद्गुरु निर्विकार सद्गुरु निर्विकार सद्गुरु ओमकार सद्गुरु साईनाथ दीनानाथ ब्रह्म रूप सद्गुरु मात पिता सद्गुरु सकल तुम्ही 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 सद्गुरु साईनाथ दीनानाथ ब्रह्म रूप सद्गुरु
क्षमा करो साई मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई
क्षमा करो साई मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई
एक बार क्षमा करो साई मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई एक बार क्षमा करो साई मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई शिरडी साई तेरे द्वार कमाई, शिरडी के साई तेरे द्वार कमाई, परती के साई तेरे याद मुझे आई, परती के साई तेरे याद मुझे आई, क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा, प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई, क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा, प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई, एक बार क्षमा करो साई, मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई, क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा, प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई, एक बार क्षमा करो साई, मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई, शिरडी के साई तेरे द्वार कमाई, परती के साई तेरे याद मुझे आई, क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा, प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई, क्षमा मूर्ति साई बाबा, प्रेम मूर्ति सत्य साई, बार क्षमा करो साई, मेरे बाबा श्री सत्य साई।
We've come to the culmination of the morning ceremony. We've had the Abhishekam, then we've had the Alankaram, and now for the Archana or the Puja. Once we finish that, then we can do the Aarti. Harihi Om. Vandhe Shambhum Mapathem Suragunam, Vandhe Jagatkaranam, Vandhe Paladabhushanam Ragadaram, Vandhe Pashunam Pathim, Vandhe Surya Shashankamalninayanam, Vandhe Mukunda Priyam, Vandhe Bhaktajanachhradayavaradham, Vandhe Shivam Shankaram. Om. Shiva Upasana. Shiva Upasana. Om Nidanapataye Namaha. Om Nidanapatantikaye Namaha. Om Urdhvaya Namaha. Om Urdhvalingaya Namaha. Om Hiranyaya Namaha. Om Hiranyalingaya Namaha. Om Divyaya Namaha. Om Divyalingaya Namaha. Om Bhavaya Namaha. Om Bhavalingaya Namaha. Om Sarvaya Namaha. Om Sarvalingaya Namaha. Om Shivaya Namaha.
शिवलिङ्गाय नमः
ॐ आत्माय नमः ॐ आत्मलिङ्गाय नमः ॐ परमाय नमः ॐ परमलिङ्गाय नमः एतत् सोमस्य सूर्यस्य सर्वलिङ्गकस्थापयति पाणिमन्त्रं पवित्रं सत्यो जातं प्रपद्यामे सत्यो जाताय वै नमो नमः भवे भवेनाधिभवे भवस्व मां भवोद्भवाय नमः वामदेवाय नमो ज्येष्ठाय नमः श्रेष्ठाय नमो रुद्राय नमः कालाय नमः कलविकरणाय नमो बलविकरणाय नमो बलाय नमो बलप्रमदनाय नमो सर्वभूतदमनाय नमो मनोन्मनाय नमः अघोरेभ्यो दघोरेभ्यो घोरघोरतरेभ्यः सर्वेभ्यो सर्वेभ्यो नमस्तेऽस्तु रुद्ररूपेभ्यः ॐ तत्पुरुषाय विद्महे महादेवाय धीमहि तन्नो रुद्रः प्रचोदयात् ईशानः सर्वविद्यानाम् ईश्वरः सर्वभूतानां ब्रह्माधिपतिर्ब्रह्मणोऽधिपतिर्ब्रह्मा शिवो मेऽस्तु सदाशिवो ॐ नमो हिरण्यवाहवे हिरण्यरूपाय हिरण्यवर्णाय हिरण्यपतये अम्बिकापतये उमापतये पशुपतये नमो नमः तदगं सत्यं ब्रह्मपुरुषं कृष्णपिङ्गलम् ऊर्ध्वरेतं विरूपाक्षं विश्वरूपाय वै नमो नमः हरिः ॐ जातवेदसे सर्वां सोममराति
यतो निदहाति वेदः स नः पर्षदति दुर्गानि विश्वानावेव सिन्धुन्दुरितात्यग्निः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलन्तीं वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टां दुर्गां देवीगुं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये सुतरसितरसे नमः अग्ने त्वं पारयानव्यो अस्मान् स्वस्तिभिरति दुर्गानि विश्वा पूष्य पृथ्वी बहुला न उर्वी भवातोकायतनयाय चन्योः विश्वानि नो दुर्गः जातवेदः सिन्धुन्न नावादुरितातिपर्षि अग्ने अत्रिवन्मनसा गृणानो ओस्माकं बोध्यविता तनूनां पृतनाचितगं सहमानमुग्रमग्निगुं हुवेम परमास्तदस्तात् स नः पर्षदति दुर्गानि विश्वाक्षामद्देवो अतिदुरितात्यग्निः प्रत्नोषिकमीड्यो अध्वरेषु सना च होता नव्यश्च सत्सि स्वाञ्चा आग्ने तनुवं पिप्रयस्वास्मभ्यं च सौभगमायजस्व गोभिर्जुष्टमयुजो निषिक्तन्तवेन्द्रविष्णोरनुसञ्चरेम नाकस्य पृष्ठमभिसंवसानो वैष्णवीं लोक एहमादयन्ता ॐ ध्यायनाय विद्महे कन्यकुमारि धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गेः प्रचोदयात्
गणाम्बिकाय विद्महे महातपाय धीमहि तन्नो गौरी प्रचोदयात् हरिः ॐ तत्सत् श्री महादेव्यै नमो नमः हरिः ॐ अस्य श्री महादेवस्य चतुर्वेदमन्त्रजपपरायणं महमद्य करिष्ये ॐ अग्निमेले पुरोहितं यज्ञस्य देवभृद्विजो बोधातारं रक्तदाता
चित्तपत आयतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै मुष्यतपत आयतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यश्चन्द्रमस आयतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति अपो वै चन्द्रमस आयतनम् आयतनवान् भवति एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति नक्षत्राणामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यो नक्षत्राणामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति अपो वै नक्षत्राणामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति पर्जन्यो वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य पर्जन्यस्यायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति अपो वै पर्जन्यस्यायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति संवत्सरो आयतनम् आयतनवान् भवति
यः संवत्सरस्यायतनं वेद
आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै संवत्सरस्यायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद प्रत्येव तिष्ठति
यो वेदां ब्रह्मणो वेदाम् अमृतेनावृथा
जय सद्गुरुदेवा शांति 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 समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु शांति शांति शांति
जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की
Om Shri Sai Ram. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan. A loving and warm welcome to everyone here today. We are here blessed to be celebrating our dear Swami's 100th birthday. With his grace, we are gathered here on this sacred morning filled with powerful vibrations of prayer and bhajans, uplifting our hearts and purifying our minds. Thank you, Uncle Vignesh, for conducting today morning's puja and abhishekam. It's always a truly beautiful way to start the day. The joy that I'm sure we all feel today is immeasurable. To know God is to be love. So on this day of such magnitude, let us remember that the core of all Swami's teachings was to be one with love. So as we look forward to the rest of the day, we will now break for breakfast. We will reconvene here in the Bhajan Hall at 8:30, where we look forward to our BalVikas children offering their program, Dr.Mahesh Narayan's speech, a melodious musical program, videos, and cake cutting. So once again, please head back to the hall at 8:30 as we will start promptly at that time. We will now chant the food prayer. Thank you. Jai Sai Ram.
ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्मवे ब्रह्माग्नो ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः प्राणापानसमायुक्तः पचाम्यन्नं चतुर्विधम् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Dearest brothers and sisters, respected elders, and beloved children, a very loving and joyous Sairam to you all. Today, we gather in divine unity to celebrate a most auspicious and a historic occasion, the 100th birthday of our beloved Bhagwan, Sri Sathya Sai Baba. This day marks not merely the passage of time, but the celebration of a divine life that continues to illumine hearts across the world. Over the past 9 months, our center has been on a sacred journey, a divine journey to Sai, following the 9 paths of devotion. Through this sadhana, Swami has gently led us on an inner pilgrimage, transforming our thoughts, words, and deeds, and guiding us ever closer to His divine presence. And now, as we arrive on this blessed day, we realize that our journey has reached its true destination, the heavenly abode of Swami, not in some faraway realm, but within the temple of our own hearts. Today, we have arrived to celebrate, to rejoice, and to offer our deepest gratitude to our beloved Master. Let us mark this sacred milestone with love, devotion, and unity as we honor His life, His teachings, and His timeless message of love all, serve all. Let us now together offer our prayers, our hearts, and our lives at His divine lotus feet. Jai Sai Ram.
गणनायकाय गणदेवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि
స్వరూపులారా, ది బెస్ట్ వే టు లవ్ గాడ్ ఈజ్ టు లవ్ ఆల్, సర్వ్ ఆల్. మనం అందరినీ ప్రేమించాలి, అందరినీ సేవించాలి. మనం సేవించడం కోసమని పుట్టాము. ఈ సర్వీసులో మనం ప్రయాణమైనప్పుడే మానవత్వం అనేటువంటిది సార్థకమవుతుంది. ప్రేమ స్వరూపులారా, ది బెస్ట్ వే టు లవ్ గాడ్ ఈజ్ టు లవ్ ఆల్, సర్వ్ ఆల్. మనం అందరినీ ప్రేమించాలి, అందరినీ సేవించాలి. మనం సేవించడం కోసమని పుట్టాము. ఈ సర్వీసులో మనం ప్రయాణమైనప్పుడే మానవత్వం అనేటువంటిది సార్థకమవుతుంది.
Dearest Swami, on this most auspicious, holy and historic occasion of your 100th birthday, we, your children from Mill Hill Sai Center BalVikas, with love and reverence, offer to you a petal of our love and devotion. We pray that you magnanimously accept our offering. Dearest Swami and respected loved ones, in preparation for our beloved Swami's birthday, our theme and efforts have been connecting with Sai, Many of us have not seen Swami in the physical form, but yearn to experience the Lord in different ways. And so, all our endeavors have been to experience Swami.
Yes, to experience you, Swami, firstly, through your name. Each week, our Vedam teachers lovingly taught us the Sathya Sai Ashtottaram, 108 glorious names of the Lord. And just a few weeks ago, on the auspicious occasion of Avatar Declaration Day, we had the opportunity to offer these to you, Swami. Secondly, through your form. Despite not seeing your beautiful physical form, we make a humble attempt to see you in all. In May, we had a wonderful time connecting with Mother Earth at the Hare Krishna temple, working side by side under the warmth of the sun. We prepared the land for potato farming. In the spirit of Manav Seva is Madhav Seva, we humbly serve and see you in the hearts of those in need. In April, many of us attended the Strand Homeless Seva in the early hours of the morning. As we distributed packed foods, we connected with the Sai in those we served. In October, 22 BalVikas children with parents and grandparents attended the Burnt Oak Food Bank. We spent the cold afternoon serving members of the local community. Their smiles warmed our hearts as we connected with Sai through them. You will have all seen the painting of Swami in the canteen. We have had the opportunity to pour our love into this offering, imagining you with each brushstroke, seeing your form come alive on the canvas, feeling your presence manifest in front of us. And so, once again, we connect with Sai. And lastly, Swami, to experience you through your words. During BalVikas this year, we have reflected on your teachings, whether it be creating games for Sai Fest, working on our Sai targets, or learning life's lessons. We have connected with your words and shared learnings with our Sai family at the center. Our dear Swami, these are a few humble attempts to get nearer and dearer to you. Please forever hold us close.
Dearest Swami, respected elders, we will now present to you our prayers and love through a song and a narration of our experiences. Our teachers have created this unique song titled Sai Necessities. It is based on the popular Disney song Bare Necessities from the Jungle Book. As children, we have grown up humming this tune, and now we sing the song with love and devotion to connect us to Sai. The song reminds us of one simple message. All we need is Sai. Wherever we go, whatever we do, without fear, without worry, Sai necessities is all we need.
Look for the Sai necessities. Sai necessities.
a clue?
The sign necessities of life will come to you. They'll come to you. Look for the sign necessities, the simple sign necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I mean the sign necessities, Sai Baba's loving remedies that bring the sign necessities of life. I would like to share my experience with Baba and with you. Sometimes on my way to school, I get stuck in traffic. I just say Sathya Sai Ashtottaram and the traffic disappears and we reach school on time. Jai Sai Ram. Jai Sai Ram. I would like to share with you all a memory of Swami where I felt his presence. A few years ago, I became very ill just before Christmas. I enjoy Christmas because I get to spend time with lots of family and close friends. I became terribly upset that I might miss out on the big day. I prayed very hard to Swami that I would be well enough to have fun on the day and join in the games and celebrations. I made sure that I took plenty of rest, and sure enough, I was well again on Christmas Day. I was so happy. From my experience, I learned that if you're feeling sad and unwell, just pray to Swami and all will be well. Jai Sai Ram. Jai Sai Ram. A few months ago, I had a dream where Baba told me a message I won't forget. In this dream, I was 6 years old and surrounded by parents and grandparents. I was playing when my mum called saying, "Arya, I have an important job for you." She told me to put a glass of water near Baba's photo. My immediate reaction was, photos can't drink water. My mum smiled and said, "Look over there." I turned my head and saw Baba's face with a huge smile. He was nodding his head. This tells me that Baba is always watching over us. Sarah.
Jai Sai Ram. One night in Prashanti, I was feeling really down, scared and upset for no real reason. I ended up falling asleep, did my usual stuff the next day, and suddenly I just felt calm. It was weird but comforting, like this quiet confidence came out of nowhere. I don't know how to explain it, but I think Swami's presence in Prashanti really helped me. Jai Sai Ram.
Jai Sai Ram. On the night of the Sai Fest, I had a dream about Swami. I was riding on a motorbike, racing Swami's motorbike. He was invisible to everyone else except me. We stopped at the arcade and played Pac-Man. We had so much fun together. I waved goodbye and watched him fly away. Then I became a superhero. When I woke up in the morning, I had a big smile on my face. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai. When I helped at Burnt Hope Food Bank, I felt like I was part of a big team spreading love and kindness. It showed me how important it is to care about everyone, smile and offer a hand to help. These are little things that can mean a lot to someone. We all need help sometimes, and helping others shows us what it means to love all and serve all. Jai Sai.
Sai Ram. One morning, I was upset regarding a boy who was being rude to me at school. I sat in front of Swami's altar and told Swami what had occurred. Subsequent to my prayers, my dad, who was sitting beside me, asked me why I was upset. I told him what had occurred. My dad gently advised me not to argue or react, but instead stay calm, pray to Swami and walk away. At that time, Swami's picture in the altar was adorned with a big rose flower. As soon as he finished speaking, the flower fell suddenly right in front of me. I took this as a sign that Swami's way of agreeing with me. Importantly, this instant gave me a deep sense of divine assurance that Swami is always there to take care of me. It was a gentle reminder of his comforting words, "Why fear when I am here?" Thank you, Jai Sai Ram.
Dearest Swami and respected elders, you have just heard my fellow brothers and sisters narrate their heartfelt experiences, their moments of connection to Sai. As we walked in the procession, we offered you our hearts. Behind us, displayed on these paper hearts, are our pledges to you, Swami. Over the past 9 months, with our gurus, we each identified something that we wanted to improve about ourselves and then offer it to you, to our sweet Lord on your birthday. What better present could we offer to the Lord of the universe than to transform something in ourselves? The aim was to use the different spiritual practices we learn in BalVikas to better this one thing about ourselves. Our gurus helped us set targets, and today we offer our progress so far. This is not just the end, but just the beginning, Swami. Dear Swami, on your birthday, we pray to you to guide us and fill our hearts so that we can blossom and become your worthy instruments. Jai Sai Ram.
Dear Swami, Dear Swami, we wish you a very happy birthday. On this sacred centenary day, We, the young adults of Mill Hill Sai Center, lovingly offer you a souvenir, a humble book filled with our experiences and our deep love for you. We are ever grateful for your blessings. Please keep guiding us, helping us at every moment of our lives, and be with us always. Jai Sai Ram.
In my heart, guiding each step I take.
I offer my most humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dearest Swami. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. The following video is a separate offering in addition to the wonderful books that we have put together for our dearest Swami. Those books contain our gratitude in the form of letters to Swami to thank him and express our thoughts on the page. This video is a collection of interviews with the youth of Mill Hill Sai Center, where we express our thoughts and gratitude in the form of what Bhajans mean to us. Jai Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. I am Sindhuja. To answer your first question, what brings me to Mill Hill? Bhajans and the vibrations that I get from them is something that makes me feel closer to Swami. That's what brings me to Mill Hill. And my favorite bhajan is Jai Jai Gopala. That's because each time I listen to the bhajan, I get reminded of a song that was released for Krishnashtami that goes like Krishna, Krishna. So I was really sad, and one morning I just woke up and I started listening to the song, and I felt so connected and I felt so emotional. So each time I listen to this bhajan Jai Jai Gopala, I get reminded of that song, which makes me feel happy, and it reminds me of how close Swami has been and how important Swami is in my life and how grateful I am. Thank you. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, I'm Aarti. I've been coming to Mill Hill Sai Center since the age of 4, so it's become part of my weekly routine. One of my favourite bhajans is Gopala Raghulela, as was the first bhajan I learned and sung. Whenever I hear that bhajan, it brings back many fun memories, as it reminds me how much I've grown through singing bhajans. For me, bhajans are a form of prayer, a way to connect with Swami on a personal and emotional level. Bhajans help me feel relaxed and create uplifting vibrations and can bring about an amazing atmosphere.
Sai Ram, my name is Darshan. I've been going to Mill Hill regularly, for ages now. I've been going since I was a kid. So yeah, I don't remember how old I was, but yeah, I just come regularly. It's just a regular thing for me now. My favorite bhajan is probably Kausalya Nandana. I've just sang that bhajan so many times, and I think that's one of the first bhajans I properly sat down and practiced to try and perfect it. Yeah, I really love that bhajan, and what bhajans mean to me, they're just a form of connection with Swami that I don't really get with other sort of things. So it really helps me connect with my spiritual side. So I hold bhajans really close to my heart for that reason, and that's why I enjoy coming, and I will continue to come. So thank you. Those are my thoughts.
Sai Ram, my name is Shivani. I enjoy attending Mill Hill Sai Center regularly, mostly because I think I really feel Swami's presence as I listen to the bhajan sessions and even participate in them. And I think also just with a sense of community and just hearing Swami's discourses, listening to people's experiences and all the activities that are involved, it really helps me just feel connected spiritually. My favorite bhajan is Bhakta Vatsala Tero Naam, mostly because the meaning really resonates with me. I think when I listen to that bhajan, it really touches my heart and really reminds me that we are connected to Swami through love, and it's a beautiful way of calling out to him in times of need. To me, bhajans are my sense of calm, my sense of peace, and I think also just my way of praying to Swami. I think when I listen to bhajans, when I sing bhajans, that's when I can really feel Swami's presence in my life. Sai Ram.
Jai Sai Ram, everyone. I'm Harshini and I attend Mill Hill Sai Center. What brings me to Mill Hill on a regular basis are the bhajans. Just sitting there, listening for an hour, or being able to offer bhajans in a slot just means so much to me. It's a chance, that hour on a Sunday morning is a chance of reflection. And when I attend bhajans, I feel like the whole week just goes so much more smoothly. My favorite bhajan, I've got a lot of favorite bhajans, but if I had to choose one, I would say it's Aums and Suprabhatam. And the reason why is I've been singing that bhajan since I was very young. It was probably one of the first 3-4 bhajans that I started with. And I just feel that the meaning of the bhajan is so simple, where you don't have to think too much about it, which is why I chose it when I was in SSC and I used to sing it. And when I sing it, I feel I can see Shiva dancing his cosmic dance, and just the beat of the drums, and it's so easy to imagine him and actually feel his energy. And what I want everybody chorusing, everybody listening to the bhajan while I'm singing this, is for them to also feel that energy of Shiva and feel Shiva's energy within them. And I think it's such a beautiful bhajan, and the beats and the rhythm are just amazing. I also love the tune. My favorite rag is Malkons, and it's a Malkons rag. It's probably why I love it, another reason why I love it so much. So yeah, Dimika, I would have to say it was one of my favorite ones. What do bhajans mean to me? Bhajans, I feel, is a conversation with God. Sometimes it's so hard to put into words what to say to God, whether to ask something or what to say. And when I choose a bhajan, or when I hear a bhajan, I try to understand what the meaning is, what are they trying to say, and I feel like that's how the bhava comes out as well. So when I choose a bhajan, I feel like, okay, what do I want to say to Baba? What do I want to communicate with him? It also influences what deity of bhajan I sing. Like, what do I feel right now? Do I feel more connected to Krishna, Rama? Do I want more powerful Devi or Shiva bhajans? So it influences that as well. So I think bhajans is a conversation with God, and that hour that we spend in bhajans is like the full connection, and I think it's the most beautiful connection that I have in that moment. So that's what being in bhajans and attending bhajans and singing bhajans means to me. Jai Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, my name is Vaishali. I come to Centre weekly because it's an opportunity for me to connect with Swami, and having been going to Centre weekly since I was in SSC, it's sort of a routine in my week now, so it's something I look forward to and can't imagine not going to. My favourite bhajan changes constantly. I feel like I don't really ever have one, but I think right now my favourite bhajan would be Dina Bandhava Baba. It's just really happy sounding, and I find it easy to connect to Swami when I'm listening to that bhajan. To me, bhajans are an opportunity to clear my mind and connect with Swami, and it's just a lovely experience, and I've started to enjoy it a lot more recently. Sai Ram.
Sai Ram, my name is Sabin. I'm from the Mill Hill Sai Center. As we approach this auspicious occasion of Swami's 100th birthday, I've been given the opportunity to share a story about a bhajan which carries a lot of meaning for me. When I was presented with this opportunity and asked to share my experience of a bhajan, a core memory and astonishing story came to mind around my experience of the bhajan Sai Jayanti Prashanti Niketana, which actually happened to be on Swami's birthday, 23rd November, in the year 2022 at Mill Hill Sai Center. At the time, I was coordinating the bhajans at Mill Hill, and we had a special program, which meant the bhajans would be shorter. So I completed the list, yet as the program got closer, I had a random thought about the bhajan Sai Jayanti, which was not on the list. The list was complete, and I thought to myself, why haven't we included this bhajan? It worked so nicely for the occasion. What followed was a series of unexpected events which highlighted how Swami keeps us connected to not only himself, but also to those around us through the power of bhajans. So the day of the program arrived, and the night before, I thought to myself somehow, without informing the harmonium player, Tejas, if anyone drops out early on in the list, I will sing Sai Jayanti as a backup, as it suits the occasion perfectly. So the day arrived, and as we were in the practice, Tejas was actually running late. Someone also dropped out, and I figured I will sing this bhajan, yet somehow I hadn't informed Tejas, who was still on the way. At the time, the bhajan wasn't well known in the UK, and only a couple of recordings existed of the bhajan from myself and brother Darshan, who's also of Mill Hill. What happened next was therefore quite incredible and showed Swami's presence. As I took the keys, I thought I will go through the bhajan with the harmonium player when he arrives, as he might not know it. He was getting a lift from another devotee and was studying from the US. With little time to spare, he came in and I said, have you heard the bhajan, Sai Jayanti? Someone dropped out and I'll be singing that instead. What he said next was quite incredible. He said, as I was on my way here to the center today, I heard a recording of this bhajan for the very first time ever. It played in the car of the devotee who was bringing him, and neither of them were aware of the change on the list, and that too, it was a bhajan which many people were not too familiar with at the time. It was at that moment I knew that Swami wanted that bhajan to be sung for his birthday, and he showed this through his mysterious powers. I'm fortunate enough to have been given this opportunity to speak about this whilst in Aarti for Swami's 100th birthday celebration, and it brought back this core memory, which also happened to take place on Swami's birthday 3 years ago in 2022 at Mill Hill Sai Center. Thank you, Sai Ram.
Om Shri Sai Ram. My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our beloved Bhagavan. Once again, a loving and very warm welcome to everyone here today. We're very blessed to be celebrating Swami's 100th birthday, and what a wonderful program it has been so far. A big well done to the children, and it was also so lovely to see our youth on screen. Today we are rejoicing in Swami's love, 100 years of that pure divine love. So with that in mind, we now have a special guest who will be talking about Swami, about how Swami always says, my life is my message. Let us make his life, his message, our life. Our esteemed guest speaker for today is Dr.Mahesh Narayan. He's a very familiar face to all of us within the UK Sai organization. Born into a Sai family, Uncle is by profession an ENT surgeon. He's been a visiting doctor at Swami's hospital for many years. He served within the Sri Sathya Sai UK organization, having taken on various roles, namely serving as a centre chair at Glasgow Sai Centre, regional chair for Region 6, and most notably has served within the BalVikas wing of our Sri Sathya Sai organization, starting in Scotland and then spreading across the UK. Uncle has also had the rare and distinct blessing of having his marriage performed by our dearest Bhagavan. He is married to Auntie Vidyulata, who is a former student of Anantapur. So now, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mahesh Narayan.
Om Shri Sai Ram. Loving and prayerful salutations at the lotus feet of our beloved loving God. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, it's over 10 years, I think, since I came last to Mill Hill. It's so lovely to be back. It was such a treat to watch the adorable children perform this morning. It's an absolute treat. Name parthasti kartavyam trilokeshu kinchana nanavapyam anavapyam varta evacha karmani. 5,000 years ago, Lord Krishna said this. And more recently, this Lord of ours, who is Krishna again, come back again, has said this, these very words. It was resonating. He says, O Partha, O Arjuna, which refers to all of us who are born on earth, Prithvi, yeah, or sons of Pritha, or child of Pritha, let me be more politically correct. Okay. All of I have no obligatory duty. The Lord says, I have no obligatory duty in the three lokas. There is nothing that is unattained by me or that I need to attain. And yet I keep performing. I keep acting. And I've heard Swami say these very words. I have no obligations. There is nothing that I have to attain or I have not attained. And yet I keep acting. Why? Yadihi aham navarteyam jatu karma natindritaha mama vartamanu vartante manushya partha sarvashaha. If I do not for a moment even keep acting relentlessly, people will follow my example and they will stop working. So, we are talking about my life is my message. We all know what his message is. It was repeated so many times. Love all, serve all, help ever, hurt never. That is his message. Very simple, straightforward message. And yet, how much of it are we practicing? And imagine for one moment if Swami did something that did not stick to that, how many of us would point our finger and say, hey, look at him. He himself is not doing it. So, you all know the message. I was wondering, praying to Swami, what should I talk about? Slightly different. Everybody knows the message, Swami. So, the thought came from him, reading Sai literature, talk about the messenger. Who is the messenger of God? And Swami very clearly, in unequivocal terms, says that everybody who is born here is a messenger of God. Every one of us. Because we've been sent by God. We are all his messengers to carry his message. Whether we do it or not, that's another matter. Then, who is a devotee? And this again Swami says, a devotee is one who obeys God's commands and spreads his message. So that's a special grade. Talking about grades, Swami has given the three classes of messengers. The three classes of messengers. The first one is one who doesn't understand the message, does his own thing. And so there's a beautiful example that Swami narrates. He says, there was a guru and his Sishya, and you know the story. They were going from one town to another. It was a long journey. And they were going on a bullock cart. There were lots of things that they had to carry to the next town. Because after all, they're moving house. And the guru tells the Sishya, guru's like me, nice BalVikas guru, I like to nod off to sleep. So he likes to nod off to sleep. And he tells the Sishya, you keep an eye if anything falls off the cart. It's not M5, M25 or M1 or anything. They are dirt tracks with potholes, more potholes than road and everything. So the guru nods off to sleep. They start going up a hilly track. The kamandalu, the pot where he keeps his water, rolls out of the cart and falls off. The Sishya is very good, The guru has said, keep an eye on what has fallen out. So he keeps an eye. I'm looking. They go further and further and further. The Sishya keeps looking till the Kamandalu is gone faded into the distance. A little later, the Guru wakes up and says, I'm thirsty. Can you give me some water? Guruji, the kamandalu where the water was kept rolled off. Hare, I told you to keep an eye on it. Yes, Guruji, I kept an eye on it. I watched it till it went out of sight. So Guru says, Arey, Ram Ram, maybe my instruction wasn't clear. Next time, whatever falls off, you put it back, okay? And the Guru goes back to sleep. And the cart goes along. And what happens? The bullocks do what bullocks do. There is a bit of dung. The Guru says, the Sishya says, Guruji told me to put back whatever falls. So he jumps off the cart and takes the dung and puts it back into the cart. All of it, without leaving one little bit. After a while it starts smelling. And the Guru wakes up. Says, what is this horrible smell? And then he said, hey, what is this doing? He said, Guruji, you told me to put whatever that fell off. The Guru says, Arey, can't deal with this chap. So we better give him a clear list. What all he has to pick up. So then the Guru makes a list of all the possessions that are there in the cart and says, you put them back if they fall off. A little later, and the Guru again went back to sleep. They go through again a hilly area. This time the Guru falls off. What does the Sishya do? He looks at the list. So that is the first class of messenger. The second class is somebody, and we have all come across this. In Hindi, there's a lovely expression, Lakir ke fakir. Have you heard that? Lakir ke fakir, people who will observe the line. Absolutely. You see that in Puttaparthi a lot. Here also you see it, but in Puttaparthi, you have to see it extra careful. Yeah. So they will say, Swami said this, you have to only do this and no more. So exactly follow to the last letter what they would, but they would not use their. So those of you who are from Sri Lanka, anybody from Sri Lanka here? I thought there would be a few. Yes. So Colombo, this is a true story. Colombo Corporation, Colombo is a beautiful city, or at least it was when I went. They had 3 people to help re-green the place. Plant some trees along the roads. And so they said, this is a gang that has got to plant the trees along the road. One chap's job is to dig the hole. The second chap's job is to plant the sapling. The third fellow's job is to fill up the hole. One day, the fellow whose job was to plant the sapling fell sick. He didn't turn up. So what did the other 2 do? He said, we can't take off, he's sick. So one chap dug the hole, the other fellow filled it back. The one chap, he dug another hole, the other fellow filled it up. And they went along the road till somebody came and said, what is happening? So we are following what has been said to us. My job is to dig the hole. My job is to fill the hole. Nothing more. That is the second category of messenger. The third category is the one who understands the meaning of what the Guru's instruction is, who understands the significance of the meaning, and then does not stop till the goal is reached. And Swami's example for this is Hanuman. Swami himself is saying, this Hanuman came to this last category of devotees or messengers. So, Swami is referring particularly to the episode where Hanuman goes to Lanka in search of Mother Sita. He goes around Lanka and then he found a house where he can overhear somebody chanting Rama's name. Ram, Ram, Ram. With so much of passion, this person is chanting Ram's name. So Hanuman, of course, cannot not listen when Rama's name is said, or a story of Rama is being narrated as if Hanuman will not be there. He lands up, appears in front of this man who is Vibhishana, and introduces himself. Of course, Vibhishana is delighted to see somebody who has not just seen Rama, who has touched him, who has spoken to him, and who's now come here on Rama's errand. So Vibhishana, for a moment, the green-eyed monster, a little green-eyed monster comes in and he says, how is it that you, being a monkey, has not only seen the Lord, touched him, and spoken to him and come here on his errand, whereas I have been chanting his name all these years, I have not even had a darshan of his. To which Hanuman's reply is, you keep chanting Rama's name, that's all right. But what have you done for Rama Karyam? What about Rama's work? What have you even one day, Mother Sita is here, even once did you go to assuage her grief? Did you do anything to reduce her grief? Vibhishana's wife is not guilty, nor is his daughter. They have been very good to Mother Sita. They are the only two who have been good to Mother Sita. But Vibhishana himself did absolute zero. There is no point in just chanting the name without doing the work. The same thought comes in the Vayu Purana. Swadharma karma vimukha Krishna Krishneti vadinaha. Say Hari dveshino mudhaha. Without doing your dharma, without doing your karma, without, just keep saying Krishna, 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 you are an enemy of Krishna. You fool, you are an enemy of Krishna. So that is where we end up. If you are not going to do Ramakaryam, we all know what Swami's work is. So let's come to that point. What is Swami's work? We all say, oh, I am doing Sai work, I am doing Swami's work. And Swami's always said, every work is my work. Everything that I did, that we do, is Swami's work. One of the most beautiful definitions of the word yoga, which comes in the Bhagavad Gita, is yoga karmasu kaushalam. To do your duty to excellence, to perform your duty to excellence, is yoga, union with God. Yoga karmasu kaushalam. So let us do whatever we do. There's a very beautiful story I'd love to narrate here. There was this gentleman called Mr. Marvin Kurve. Mr. Marvin Kurve was a senior bank official from Bombay, and or what's Mumbai now. This gentleman, he was very active in this Sathya Sai organization in Bombay. And his wife had a stroke. He was getting on in age. They were getting on in age. Wife had a stroke. And you don't have the kind of facilities that you have these days, and they're certainly not the facilities that are provided in this country for rehab and everything. So the only thing Mr. Marvin Kurve could do was to move to Pune, which is about 200 miles away, where his daughter lived. His only child was living there. The daughter would also help. Daughters usually help. So not sons, not so much sons. Anyway, so he moved to Pune. Now, to take care of the wife. At this point of time, Swami visited Bombay. And of course, Sri Indulal Shah was attending to Swami. And first thing Swami says is, Marvin Kurve kahan hai? So Indulal Shah said, Swami, his wife had a stroke, he has gone to Pune. So next thing, as soon as Swami finishes with Sri Indulal Shah, he runs to the phone and rings up Mr. Marvin Kurve and says, hey, you better come to Bombay. Swami is asking after you. So the man, next thing, he made his way to Bombay. Straight away, Swami called him in and said, Kya karta hai aajkal? What do you do these days? So he said, Swami, I'm not able to do your work, Swami. My wife has had a stroke. I'm taking care of her. Swami looked at him and said, why do you say that? Why do you say I'm not doing your work? Am I not in your wife? You're taking care of her. Are you not doing my work? You see, the message is so loud and clear. What is Sai work? To do our own duty with excellence is yoga, is union with God. My wife and I, Vidyu and I, had a habit. We would never, we never came to a pact or anything. It just happened organically. She's a much better person than I am. But never troubled me in this. Whenever Swami has given us an opportunity and asked us, whenever Swami has asked, what do you want? We both will sit like this. A bit like Mahati used to sit as a little kid. Not going to ask. So we would sit like that, we would not ask. And of course that was probably the best thing we ever did. Because the Swami, when you don't ask, he will keep offering and he'll keep giving, he'll keep showering. Because you're not stupid enough to say, I want coffee powder and tea towels. Which is what he says, You come to me, I'm ready to give you liberation and you ask me for coffee powder and tea towels. So we both would sit there, not ask Swami. Then he will start saying. So one day he went on and on and on. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? So I finally said, Swami, we want you. And to which he said, he said it so many times in discourses, I did want him to say it personally to me. I had this yearning desire that he should say it to me personally. He said, I'm always in you, with you, around you, above you, below you. Of course I was thrilled. Then he again asked, what do you want? Are, I've got everything, why do I need anything else? So I said, Swami, we want to serve you. To which his reply was stunning. He said, you're already doing that. Brothers and sisters, we are all doing it. Don't worry, just because you are not able to always come to the Sai Center or do something. Don't think. So long as you're taking care of somebody, doing your work, helping others, you're doing Swami's work. Please don't think you're not doing Swami's work. Yeah? He said, you're already doing it. The work you do in your hospital is my work. You do BalVikas, that is my work. He started listing out a series of things. I won't even go into it. This is also my work. That is also my work. I wanted to say, how do you know that we do these things? But he shows his omnipresence. He said, this is also my work. That is also, you're already doing my work. So remember, whatever we do is Swami's work. So long as we do it properly, to the best of our ability. That is the most important thing. Even if you're cooking a meal, and I'm not looking at the ladies, lest I be accused of being a male chauvinist pig. I do a lot of cooking, by the way. But do it like you're offering it to Swami. Swami is going to sit and eat this meal. Because after all, we are saying Brahmarpanam. Who's eating it? Brahman. So, if we do it with that feeling, that action no longer is an action that has got consequences. It becomes a yagna. It becomes a direct offering to the Lord. There is no consequences. Every action has got either good or bad consequences. You have punyam and you have papam. Based upon that, you're reborn. We are reborn. Isn't it? But the way to get out of it is not being lazy and idle, but to offer everything to God. And consequences, let Him give. That's up to Him. Whether we like it or not, whether you want it or not, people are judging Swami based upon our behavior. There is a sister who married into a very highly spiritual family. Not Sai devotees, but a highly spiritual family. And her mother-in-law very lovingly said to her one day, remember, child, remember, people are judging your guru by your behavior. People are judging Swami by our behavior, how we behave in the world. A very, very distinct memory I have. You know, in those days, Christmas Day was celebrated by the Anantpur alumni, the girl students, of course, primary school and Anantpur, as Mother Sai Day. And this was soon after Vidya and I got married in 89. That year we went to Prashanti Nilayam, and Swami in his discourse said, so many of you have come from far away. You have come even if your husbands weren't willing to come. And if your in-laws weren't happy about it, you've still brought your husbands and managed to come here. Hey, don't keep nodding your head, okay? My wife did not drag me, I dragged her back. Okay, but you're coming like this. Then he said, remember, you don't have to do upakaram to me. You don't have to do any favors to me or help to me. But please don't do apakaram to me. Then he went on to say, you don't have to earn me a good name, but please don't earn me a bad name. So, whether we like it or not, people are judging Swami by our behavior. So, we have that responsibility to not earn our Lord a bad name. You know, one of the things I used to do in medical college was I used to keep my mouth shut about being a Sai devotee. I used to not say to people that I was a Swami devotee. I had classmates, especially guys, who used to do all the wrong things and then write Om Shri Sai Ram on all the pages that they wrote. Class test, Om Shri Sai Ram, and then they'll copy. Whatever Swami has forbidden, people would do. Girls were much better, by the way. Again, they behaved themselves if they said. So I used to hide the fact that I was a Swami devotee. I said, this was even before I got married, before I heard Swami say, you don't have to do upakaram, but don't do apakaram. Because there is this responsibility, moral responsibility. And one day somebody in my class criticized Swami, and of course I did a Rudra Tandavam on there. And that person said, why are you getting upset? Why are you getting upset? So, then she realized that I was a Swami devotee. But it's very important that we behave because the world is judging our Lord based upon our behavior, or our actions. It was so beautiful to watch our Swami children talking about their experiences of Swami. It was such a treat. And one of the questions that children sometimes do say is, you are also lucky. You had Swami himself. You are so blessed. You know, we don't have that. Oh, that's not fair. The truth is, Swami always is. Swami is here. As these children themselves said, you know, they felt Swami's presence or Swami answered. And unlike other avatars, from whatever religion, whatever spiritual teachers they were, you know, we all have Swami's words contemporarily. You know, it has been written down. You got audio versions of it. You got video of it. You can hear Swami. And the Swami will always, This is a guarantee. I am willing to give this guarantee on behalf of Swami, but that Swami is always here giving us the answers. From the Sai literature, you don't have to go and get some soothsayer to give you the message, or people who get messages. You know, there are a lot of people who get messages. It's a bit of smoke and mirrors. I get a message from Swami. Swami came in my dream. I told this chap, I said, why should he come in your dream to tell me what I should do? He knows where I am. He is God. Why will he not come to me directly? I don't believe you. Even if he came to my dream, I'll wonder whether I was imagining something or not. Why would I take your message about Swami? I will want Swami to come directly to tell me. Does it make sense? So, I'll give you a few. Do we have the time? Sorry. You know, I can go on and on. Yeah. So, how much time do I have? Okay. Those of you who know me, I've got foot in mouth disease. It's not foot in mouth, it's feet in mouth. I'll say things and then I'll say. So this was 2008, the first time we started doing Rudram in UK. And we did it, the first time was in the Merton Ganesha temple. The second time was this beautiful venue in Leicester where it was a church hall which was owned by a Muslim, and we were doing Rudram. And they asked yours truly to speak, as if I'm some Vedic scholar. You know, just somebody who can chant a few suktams and this thing doesn't make me a Vedic Pandit. So I said, Sai Ram, what am I going to say? Swami, you only must help me. And no idea of what, but started preparing, reading discourses of Swamis, where Swami is talking about Vedam, this and that. Still, you know, there was not this, something that said this, you say this. Just as we were entering the hall, just as we were about to enter the hall, the host, a friend in Leicester, who was taking us, he asked me, Mahesh bhai, do ladies not chant Vedam? Aha. A red flag, bull, that's what it was to me. I said, what rubbish? Veda is this Veda Mata. It's mother. Gayatri is a Devi. You know, the Vedas have so many lady rishis. Gargi, Ghosha, Maitreyi, Upala, they're all rishis. Yeah? So, where is the question of ladies not being allowed to chant Vedam? When Vidyu was 6 years old, Swami would come to their house and she and her cousins used to stand and chant Vedam to Swami. And Swami will stand there proudly like a parent, you know, my child is chanting. You know, Swami has always encouraged ladies to chant Vedam. So, here I was, incensed, steam coming out of my nose. I told you, bull, red flag. I went and they asked me to speak. So I started off on this. It was like, you know, the cue had been given. But I said whatever I had to say. Finally, I said, if somebody tells you women are not to chant Vedam, take your chappal and hit them. And if you're worried about the bad karma that comes with it, I will take the bad karma. You can't get better than that, can you? Now, all the men will know that our fiercest critics are our wives. Absolutely. At the end of the day, my beloved better half said, I agree with what you said, but not how you said it. And I said, never mind if they have a problem with it, that is their problem. Does this look like a face that cares? That is a you problem, not a me problem. Not to her, but to whoever it was. Believe it or not, one of the great worthies from this particular center was very cross with me. He's not here anymore. But he was very cross with me for what I had said. Mahesh Narayan talks a lot, but Mahesh Narayan remembers also what he says. Okay, so this was 2008. I never thought twice about it. After that, 2013, this is post Mahasamadhi, I was flying to Prashanti Nilayam to do my Seva. Overnight on the flight, suddenly, one samshayam, little doubt came up in my head. Swami says, speak softly and sweetly. I did not speak very softly or sweetly that day. Maybe my wife was right. Maybe. I didn't say she was. Maybe my wife was right. You won't believe it, brothers and sisters. I go to Prashanti Nilayam, go to work in the hospital. 4 o'clock in the evening, the clinic is over. I'll run straight to Darshan. This is post Mahasamadhi, okay. I had a book with me to read because it's a little time before the Vedam starts. A book, it was one of the Sathya Sai Speaks, where Swami is talking about his childhood. And Swami is saying, as a child, Subbamma. Subbamma's husband was given to certain bad ways. Subbamma, of course, knows the divinity of the Lord. She's one of those few people who's blessed to know the divinity of the Lord. So Subbamma tells Swami, Satya, can you not correct him? So Swami says, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Next thing, Swami gets his Pandari Bhajan group. He's himself wearing shorts, He composes a song, gets the Pandari Bhajan group to learn this song, and there, march in front of this man, Subbamma's husband, office. He was the Karnam, village accountant basically. Walk in front of his office, singing the song that Swami has composed, saying, you must not do this. If you do this, not only you will lose your respect, people will take their chappal and hit you. What did he say? People will take their chappal and hit you. What did I tell the ladies? Take your chappal and hit them. And he says, people will take their chappal. So Subbamma Garu immediately panics. Oh my God, what is happening? She calls him. Satya, come here. I asked you to correct him, all right, but you don't have to say such harsh words. So Swami's reply to that, even at that little age, his reply to that is, sometimes you'd have to use such language, otherwise people will not take it on board. As they say in Hindi, Lato ke bhoot, baaton se nahi mante. If a ghost needs to be kicked, you can't just say, just get to stop haunting. Maile, yaragu poduna, poduma, as they say in Tamil. You can't tell the peacock, please drop a plume for me. It won't. If you want a plume, you have to pluck it. Okay, sounds animal cruelty, yes. I know, sisters' faces turning. No, but that's just a saying. Okay, I'm not asking you to do it. So, I'm trying to give this as an example as to how Swami is listening to everything that we even think. The previous night on the flight I was thinking, and gives you the answer instantaneously. I'll give you another story related to my BalVikas teaching. There's a particular story from Sri Ramanuja's life. I love that story. And I was really dying to tell the story to the children, particularly. Sri Ramanujacharya, as you know, was the propounder of the Visishtadvaita doctrine, which is a specialized form of Advaita where you think you are part of God. You're not wholly God, but you're part of God. He is the whole and you're part. And it gives great emphasis to bhakti in Visishtadvaita. Now, the story goes like this. There was a temple festival in Sri Rangam. Sri Rangam happens to be the largest functioning Hindu temple in the world. Not Angkor Wat, but it's a functioning Hindu temple, Sri Rangam. And they say that the city is inside the temple, not the temple is inside the city is inside the temple. And there was a procession, this was in the 12th century. Sri Ramanuja was going along with the procession, temple procession. So, along, there will be people, dancers in front of the procession, there will be people chanting the Divya Prabandham in Tamil, which is verses in praise of Lord Vishnu. Then there are people chanting Vedam. The main deity is being taken to the river Kaveri and they come back. Everybody is looking at the procession. Everybody's eyes are on the procession. And either looking at the deity or at the Vedam chanters or the dancers, but everybody's looking. But there in the crowd, there is one man who's built like a wrestler, and he actually was a wrestler. His name is Dhanurdasa. He's holding an umbrella over his beloved darling. It's a courtesan called Hemamba. Okay. He's holding the umbrella lest she become dark. You know, Indians hate being dark. Fair and Lovely has got a big market there. You use Fair and Lovely and you get fat and ugly. Your kidneys pack up because it's got mercury in it. But anyway, they use fair. So he's holding an umbrella and he's constantly looking at her. And of course, Sri Ramanuja, the master, observes it. Others may not have looked at it, but he sees it. So the procession goes to the river Kaveri. On the way back, Ramanuja sends somebody, call that fellow to me. And the chap goes along to Ramanuja. Of course, Ramanuja has called him. He goes and says, sir, you called me? He says, yes. Tell me something. Everybody's eyes were on the procession. At least different aspects of the procession. But you alone were looking at that lady. Why? So he says, oh, she has these beautiful eyes. I couldn't take my eyes off her eyes. Ramanuja then says, what happens if I show you somebody with even more beautiful eyes than that? He says, oh, I will be a bonded slave to that person who's got even more beautiful eyes than my Hemamba. Now, I was hesitating to tell the story. First of all, she's a courtesan. And how do you explain that to children? Thinking, Swami, can I narrate the story? Out of the blue, I read something that Swami is narrating the story. And the only thing that Swami did was everything else he gave the same. He said that was his wife. He was looking at his wife. So it's not no longer taboo, you see. Now, this person then goes along, Ramanuja tells him, come in the evening and I will see you. Evening he goes, Ramanuja catches his hand and takes him into the Sanctum Sanctorum, where Lord Vishnu is there in Anantashayanam. He is lying across the three rooms that three doorways you see him. And he points out to the eyes of Ranganatha. This man, suddenly something happens and he becomes a bonded slave of the Lord after that. The story doesn't end there. I just thought I will say the next part of the story as well. Sometimes we think, why did some people have more grace from Swami? Sometimes we have wonder why some people have, in spite of their yearning, never managed to get that physical proximity, whereas somebody else manages it. They're not all that good, are they? What have they done? It's a politician. They do so many bad things and Swami talks to them. Not fair. Swami knows whom to talk to because Swami has his reasons. In the context of politicians, Swami very clearly said, you are all seeing them in this Janma, seeing their bad things that they do, all that skullduggery and crookedness and corruption that they do. But only I know what they have done in all their previous lives to reach this position. I have to take that into account. First of all the karma that brought them to that position. And then Swami goes on to say, if that one person was changed Godwards, how much good will happen to the world? Because of their position. Incidentally, there is a politician in India just now. He's alive, so I won't mention his name. He's an absolute scoundrel. Absolute scoundrel and unashamed about it. A very funny chap as well. He came to Swami. And in 2007, after the water project for Chennai or Madras was inaugurated, all the southern states chief ministers gathered to felicitate Swami. And you might have been there for all I know. So they were there, and this man also had come. He was a central government minister. Everybody gave their speeches. This man just said one sentence, he said, and got the best applause. This guy I'm talking about, he's still alive. before I come to Sai Baba, I did many bad things. After I come to Sai Baba, I become good man. And he sat down. And everybody clapped non-stop for that. Correcting that one man was well worth it. That was the story. Now, anyway, about the same wrestler, Dhanurdasa, and his wife, Hemamba. So after that, Sri Ramanuja keeps calling him in the evenings, talks to him at length about spiritual matters. Of course, he will go back and narrate to his wife what the Guru said. And they were both very deeply devout. They become great devotees of Sri Ramanuja, of the Lord, at this point of time. The Sishyas of Ramanuja, they get jealous. He's a wrestler. Does he know one word of Vedam? Does he lead the brahmachari life? No. What all he ate, I don't know whether he eats non-veg, whether he doesn't eat vegetarian. And yet the Guru gives him all this attention. Cha. Ramanuja, of course, is all-knowing. He knows what to do and how to teach them also. There's something called a langoti. You know what a langoti is? Komanam. Langoti in Hindi it's a cloth, a loin cloth, basically you wear it. Okay, underneath before you wear your dhoti. And these fellows, they all living in a dormitory, So they are all sleeping in the dormitory with their loin cloths that they washed, drying. So Ramanuja gets up one day early in the morning before these fellows have gotten up at Brahma Muhurtam, and he takes off a tiny bit of the cloth for all of their langotis. Tiny bit. They get up, these Sishyas get up in the morning, they say a bit of my langoti is missing. You only must have done it. You only don't like with me. You only argued with me. You only fought with me. And they start fighting it with each other, amongst each other. How could you have done this? Ramanuja smiling all the way, not saying anything. That day he calls them and he tells them, tonight, as usual, Dhanurdasa, the wrestler, will be coming to me for spiritual instruction. We are running short of money to feed all of you. So what you need to do is, his wife will be at home, and she's, of course, I told you, she was a courtesan. She had lots of jewelry. She also wears her jewelry. He says, you go in the night, quietly, don't make a noise. I'll hold him back here. You go tiptoe. She'll not lock the house, bolt the house, because she's waiting for him to come. He has to come in, no? So she leaves the door open. It's just shut. You go in and steal the jewelry and come. See? I know. You're thinking, what sort of a guru, what sort of a teaching? But God has got strange ways, These gurus also have realized souls have a strange way of explaining things to us. So, that night, Dhanurdasa is with Sri Ramanuja, getting instruction, spiritual instruction from him. And the conversation drags into the night. Ramanuja just indicates to the Sishyas, now you go and do your work. They all tiptoe. They go, peep through the window. Then they push the door. And like a cartoon, they run backwards. Then they go back in front. They look. She's fast asleep. So, or they think she's fast asleep. They steal. She's lying on her side. They steal the jewelry all on one side. Now, this lady is so sweet. She knows who these people are. They have come from Sri Ramanuja's ashram. She knows. She says, oh my God, if they are reduced to this level of stealing, they must be really short of money. So better I turn over and let them steal the other side also. The jewelry from the earrings, the kankanam, everything from that side also. She turns over. These fellows, what? They panic and they run away. Oh, she wakes, as in Shakespeare, they run away. They go back and report to Ramanuja what happened. In the meantime, Ramanuja lets Dhanurdasa go. Dhanurdasa goes back to his house and his wife is awake. So she's narrating to him. In the meantime, Ramanuja tells his disciples, you also go and listen to the conversation. You go and listen to the conversation that's happening in their house just now. So they all go, listen near the window, hiding behind the door. They want to listen what is happening. Husband and wife are talking. What are they talking? The wife says, when you were away, I was just lying with my eyes closed and doing Namasmarana. I was thinking of the Lord. Then I realized there was some footsteps. I realized it was Acharya's students who had come. They came in and they stole the jewelry, took the jewelry. She doesn't say stole, took the jewelry from this side. I thought they must be in such a sad state if they have to steal. So I turned over the other side so that they could take my jewelry from this side as well. To which Dhanurdasa's reply is, Are, you have been with Acharya for so many years. You still haven't given up the attachment that it is your jewelry? You say, let them take my jewelry? What can we do with people like you, he says. Dutifully, the students go back to Ramanuja and reply. And then Ramanuja says, now you see, this morning it was I who cut off a bit of the cloth from your loin cloth. And see how you all fought with each other. Whereas that lady gave up all her jewelry, and her husband said she should not even have the attachment to it. Do you see why I spend time with that person? So Swami knows whom to give what at what time. We don't have to question him. This is the omniscient Lord, and he is with us. He's listening to every word that we say, watching every action that we do. It is just for us to look out. He is not separate from his creation. The entire creation is pervaded by him. Pashyanapi apashyan mudho. Though they are seeing, they cannot see. Bhagavad Gita says, we see everything and yet we don't realize that Swami is there. Swami is the one who is controlling everything. We try to believe we are the doers. So, if we can see Swami in everyone, it's easier said than done. It's difficult, like that little boy said about somebody being nasty to him when he was praying to Swami. It's very difficult to see Swami in some people. But even then, if we try, he will help us. I think I'll stop now. Sai Ram.
Thank you very much, Uncle. I remember listening to Uncle at home and I was enjoying it so much, and I'm sure everyone enjoyed it today. And we've learned so much from it as well. Every takeaway is very personal and individual. So I think recapping his speech wouldn't do it justice at all. But thank you again, Uncle. We now have a very special video from the Media Center about Swami's life and mission. And we also have videos from our own center showcasing what has happened this year.
Shri Sai Ram. With the divine grace of our beloved Swami, this year has been a deeply fulfilling and transformative spiritual journey. Each week began with Vedam chanting and soulful bhajans, uplifting our hearts and strengthening our bond with our dearest Swami. To keep his divine message alive, we regularly share discourses and reflections at our centre and online through Sai Connect, inspiring many to walk the path of love and service. We joyfully celebrated several sacred festivals throughout the year, including Mahashivratri, Ugadi, Sai Aradhana Day, Guru Purnima, Krishna Janmashtami, and Akhanda Bhajan, each occasion overflowing with devotion, unity, and gratitude. Through our study circles, we contemplated Swami's teachings on purity, patience, and perseverance, and sought to translate these divine values into daily acts of love and kindness, truly practicing his message of love in action. The 9-month divine journey to Sai, sadhana, deepened our understanding of the 9 forms of bhakti, enriching our spiritual lives and drawing us even closer to Swami. We also launched Tuning into Sai, a heartfelt podcast sharing stories of love, transformation, and faith. Over the past 2 years, we were blessed to host 29 house bhajans, joyfully contributing to the national program of 1,008 bhajans, spreading divine vibrations into countless homes and hearts. Truly, this year has been a sacred offering of devotion, service, and gratitude. With humility and love, we place all our efforts at the lotus feet of our dearest Swami, praying that he continues to guide us on the path of love, unity, and selfless service as we strive to strengthen our spiritual journey together. Jai Sai Ram.
वंदनम श्री सत्य साई பொற்பதமலர்கள் பணிந்தோ.
As we gather to celebrate the 100th birthday of our beloved Bhagwan Sri Sathya Sai Baba, let us remember the essence of his teachings: love all, serve all, and service to man is service to God. Over the past year, the Mill Hill Sai Centre has humbly carried out these teachings and put them into action through a range of Seva activities. Every week, devotees pack biscuits for the homeless in central London and donate staple items to the local food bank, together with volunteering at the Burnt Oak Community Food Bank. For November, we collected over 150 bottles of shower gel, shampoo, and bars of soap. Simple gifts that bring comfort and dignity to those in need. Our ongoing sewing and knitting seva has created more than 100 baby and children's garments, which will be shared at international medical camps in 2026. In November, we also extended our services overseas by supporting the Pumula Orphanage in South Africa with school uniforms and essential supplies. Devotees will cook and serve hot meals to our homeless brothers and sisters, a fitting conclusion to our birthday program and a reminder to see Swami in every person we serve. Seva for us is a continuous way of life, both within the centre and outside the centre. We continue to prepare monthly food for the homeless, sandwich making for BalVikas children, Seva farming, tree maintenance, quarterly strand Seva activities, and provision of warm winter coats. care home visits, and cleaning of the school premises where we meet on a weekly basis. Each of these acts is a loving offering at Swami's lotus feet. As one Sai family, we honour his centenary not just through celebration, but through service filled with unity, devotion and love. Hands that help are holier than lips that pray. Samasta loka sukhino bhavantu. Jai Sai Ram.
Vandanam Shatakoti Vandanam Sai Ashtottaram Shatakoti Vandanam Vandanam Shatakoti Vandanam Sai Ashtottaram Shatakoti.
అఖిల మానవులకు ఆనందమునగూర్చి రక్షించుచుండుటే దీక్ష నాకు సన్మార్గమును వీడి చరించు వారల పట్టి కాపాడుటే వ్రతము నాకు బీద సాదలకైన పెను బాధ తొలగించి లేమిని బాపుటే ప్రేమ నాకు నియమ నిష్ఠలతోడ నను గొల్చు వారిని కాపాడుచుండుటే ఘనత నాకు మంచి చెడ్డలు కూడా మనసులో సమముగా భావించుచుండుటే భక్తి నాకు
Swami further assures us, and I quote, "This means that I will never give up those who attach themselves to me. I will not give up my mission nor my determination. I know I will carry them out." Unquote.
Sai Gopala
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Baba Sai Baba 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam
Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam
Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam
Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam
Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Bhaje
Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Bhaje
Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Bhaje
Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Bhaje
Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham
Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham
Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham
Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham
Sadguru Nayakam Sainatham Bhaje
Sadguru Nayakam Sainatham
Sadguru Nayakam Sainatham Bhaje
Sadguru Nayakam Sainatham
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai Sai Hare Hare
Hare Baba Sai Baba Hare Hare
Hare Baba
Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
Hare Sai
Achyutam Keshavam Ramanarayanam Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam Bhaje
Krishna Damodaram Vasudevam
Sridharam Madhavam Gopika Vallabham Sadguru Nayakam Sainatham Bhaje Sadguru Nayakam Sainatham Bhaje Hare Sai 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 Hare Hare
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा देवदेवो तम दीनसंरक्षक देवादिदेव दयामया श्री शिव सदा शिव ॐ हर 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 महादेव ॐ नमो नमो नमः शिवाय ॐ नमो नमो नमः शिवाय नाम गाते चलो साईं नाम गाते चलो माधव गोविंद गोविंद माधव नाम गाते चलो नाम गाते चलो साईं नाम गाते चलो एक ओंकार सतनाम करता पुरख निर्भय निर्वैर अकाल मूरत अजूनी से गुर प्रसाद जप आद सच जुगाद सच है भी सच नानक होसी भी सच अखिलाधीश्वरी अम्बुजलोचनी आनंद रूपिणी साई माँ शिव शंकरी त्रिलोकपाली आनंद वैष्णवी साई माँ परपिनी वासिनी सत्य स्वरूपिणी शिव शक्ति रूपिणी साई माँ साई माँ साई माँ साई माँ
Dearest Swami, on this most sacred and blessed occasion of your 100th birthday, we offer at your divine lotus feet our humble musical offering. With hearts filled with gratitude, love, and reverence, we bow to you for your infinite grace, your divine mission, and the uplifting message you have lovingly shared with humanity for the past 100 years. Dear brothers and sisters, as we now begin this devotional offering, let us all gently close our eyes and transport ourselves to the holy abode of Prashanti Nilayam, ever seated at his lotus feet. जम्भो फलसारभक्षितम् उमासुतम् शोकविनाशकरम् नमामि विघ्नेश्वर पादपङ्कजम् नमामि विघ्नेश्वर पादपङ्कजम् नमामि विघ्नेश्वर पादपङ्कजम्
मेरे सिर जगत जननी भगवती जगत जननी भगवती मेरे सिर पर हाथ रख दे हे सरस्वती शारदे हे दयालु हे कृपालु हे दयालु हे कृपालु हे दयालु हे कृपालु हे कृपालु। सत्य धर्ममु शांति प्रेमलतो सत्य धर्ममु शांति प्रेमलतो नित्य जीवन यात्रा सत्य धर्ममु शांति प्रेमलतो नित्य जीवन यात्रा सागिंचु यत्न प्रयत्नमु मानव धर्ममु जयापजयमुरु दैवाधीनमु सत्य धर्ममु शांति प्रेमलतो नित्य जीवन यात्रा सागिंचु जीवा सत्य धर्ममु शांति प्रेमलतो भक्ति तोड़ भगवंतुनि दलचुचु नित्य धर्ममुलु निर्वर्तिंचिन भक्ति तोड़ भगवंतुनि दलचुचु नित्य धर्ममुलु निर्वर्तिंचिन अति जन गुण गुणाय योगमुन अंदरानि मोक्षं पोंडरे सत्य धर्ममु शांति प्रेमलतो नित्य जीवन यात्रा सागिंचु హృదయ భూములు సాగు చేయండి మీ మనసు మడకగ గుణములేయదు హృదయ భూములు సాగు చేయండి మీ మనసు మడకగ గుణములేయదు వివేకమను చలకోలను తీసి విశాలమగు మీ హృదయముడును వివేకమను చలకోలను తీసి విశాలమగు మీ హృదయముడును సత్య ధర్మము శాంతి ప్రేమలతో నీ నిత్య జీవన యాత్ర సాగించు. మానవ ధైర్యమే మంచి ఎరువుగా ప్రేమాధారల పంట విట్టులుగా. మానవ ధైర్యమే మంచి ఎరువుగా ప్రేమాధారల పంట విట్టులుగా. భక్తే వర్షము భావన కలుపులు అంగరాని మోక్షం. సత్య ధర్మము శాంతి ప్రేమలతో నీ నిత్య జీవన యాత్ర సాగించు. మొదటి పట్టను విడవబోకండి, ఆది పట్టులోనే భక్తి పట్టండి. మొదటి పట్టను విడవబోకండి, ఆది పట్టులోనే భక్తి పట్టండి. ఎన్ని బాధలను పొందిన భగవత్ చింతన మాత్రము విడకండి. ఎన్ని బాధలను పొందిన భగవత్ చింతన మాత్రము విడకండి. సత్య ధర్మము శాంతి ప్రేమలతో నీ నిత్య జీవన యాత్ర సాగించు. జీవా సత్య ధర్మము శాంతి ప్రేమలతో నీ నిత్య జీవన యాత్ర సాగించు. పూజితము మన సాయిని, జయ సాయిని, సర్వేశుని జగదీశుని. పూజితము మన సాయిని, జయ సాయిని, సర్వేశుని జగదీశుని. చిత్రావతి తీరము పరమ పవనము, చిత్రావతి తీరము नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
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 तन मन रंजन भव भय भंजन असुर निकंदन नारायण,
तन मन रंजन भव भय भंजन असुर निकंदन नारायण,
नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
जब जब पीड़ा पड़े भक्त पर, बार बार अवतार किया, पाप मिटाकर धीर दिखाकर मानव को उद्धार किया। कुंज विहारी कृष्ण मुरारी हे गिरिधारी नारायण, नारायण कुंज विहारी कृष्ण मुरारी हे गिरिधारी नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
मत्स्य कूर्म वराह नराहरि वामन का अवतार लिया, परशुराम और राम कृष्ण बना दुष्टों को संहार किया। हे अवतारी लीलाधारी कुंज विहारी नारायण,
हे अवतारी लीलाधारी कुंज विहारी नारायण,
नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
भजन से मन को सजन बना कर भक्ति मार्ग दिखला दिया, साई भजन से भव सागर में तारण भी सिखला दिया। पतितो धारी पति विहारी रे गिरिधारी नारायण,
पतितो धारी पति विहारी रे गिरिधारी नारायण,
नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण भज नारायण, नारायण
దివ్యాత్మ స్వరూపులారా, నేను మిమ్మల్ని ఏమిని ఆశించటం లేదు, అడగటం లేదు.
Embodiments of divine love. I never expect anything from you. I never ask anything of you.
కేవలం ప్రేమతత్వాన్ని పెంచుకోండి.
Develop love in you.
యావత్ మానవ జీవితాన్ని కూడా నువ్వు ఒక సోదరి భావంలో భావించండి.
Consider the entire humanity as
అందరూ భగవంతుని బిడ్డలుగా విశ్వసించండి.
Believe firmly that everyone is a child of God.
ఎవరి యందును ద్వేషం కానీ అసూయత కానీ మీరు అభివృద్ధి గావించుకోకండి.
Do not develop hatred or jealousy against anyone.
ఎవరి మనసును నొప్పించకండి.
Do not hurt anyone.
ఆ విధమైనటువంటి యొక్క విశాల భావమే మన యొక్క జీవితానికి విశాలమైన ఆనందాన్ని అందిస్తుంది.
Such kind of broad feeling in our heart will give us a lot of joy.
ఈనాడు స్వామి యొక్క జన్మదినం చేసుకుంటున్నామంటే నాకు అందించవలసింది అదొక్కటే. మీరందరూ ఐకమత్యంగా ఉంటుండి భారతదేశం యొక్క ప్రాచీన సాంప్రదాయాన్ని తిరిగి మీరు అభివృద్ధి గావించండి.
If you are celebrating Swami's birthday today, all that you will have to just do is develop unity among you. Develop the ancient Indian culture, bring it to its pristine purity.
నేను ఇక్కడికి వచ్చే సమయంలో అనేక మంది హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే అన్నారు. నేను ఎప్పుడు హ్యాపీగానే ఉన్నాను, నాకు హ్యాపీ అక్కర్లేదు. హ్యాపీ లేనటువంటి వారికి హ్యాపీ బర్త్డే చెప్పండి.
While I was coming en route, people were telling happy birthday to me. I am always happy. There is no need for anyone to tell me. Tell people who are not really happy.
కనుక నాకు అనంతమైనటువంటి ఆనందం ఉంటుండాలి.
I have infinite joy and
ఏనాడు ఏ క్షణమైనా నేను విచారం చేసినటువంటి క్షణం లేదు.
Never, not even a moment have I worried myself about anything.
కారణం ఏమిటి?
What is the reason?
అన్ని కూడాను అనిత్యములే.
Everything is
అన్ని
transient.
కదిలిపోయేటువంటి మేఘములే.
Everything is a passing
దీనికి
cloud.
విచారం చేసి ప్రయోజనం ఏమిటి?
Why worry about such a thing at all?
జనన మరణాలకు కూడాను ఏమాత్రం కూడాను మనం చింతించరాదు, కుంగకూడదు, పొంగకూడదు.
Even for life and death, no one should bother oneself and one should not sink or one should not boast.
మనం పుట్టే సమయంలో ఇంత వస్త్రమైనా మనం తీసుకుని రాము.
When we come into this world, we don't bring
మనం పోయే సమయంలో మన వారికి మనం అడ్రస్ ఇచ్చి పోము.
When we are leaving this world, we are not even
ఇంక వారు మనవారు ఎట్లవుతారు? కనుక ఇవన్నీ కూడా జగత్తు యొక్క పరిణామములే.
All these are natural changes in the world.
ఉన్నంత వరకు కూడా అందరూ కలిసి మెలిసి ఆనందంగా కూడా జీవితాన్ని గడపాలి.
As long as we live, let there be unity among us. Let us achieve joy.
భగవత్ చింతన చేతనే మనం సర్వ బాధలు కూడా నివారణ గావించుకోవచ్చు.
We can solve all our problems and difficulties through the chanting of the name of the Lord.
జగత్తుని విస్మరించి ఏమి నీవు పొందుతున్నావు?
What is it that you are going to achieve? Giving up God, having firm faith in this world.
భగవంతుని విశ్వసించండి.
Have firm faith in God.
జాతి మత భేదములు ద్వేషములు ఏమాత్రం కూడా మీరు అభివృద్ధి గావించుకోకండి.
Do not develop any differences based upon caste, community, religion or nation.
అన్ని నామములు అన్ని రూపములు కూడాను భగవంతునివి.
All names and all forms.
సహస్రశీర్ష పురుష సహస్రాక్ష సహస్రపాద్.
Thousands of eyes, thousands of heads, thousands of
ఇవన్నీ కూడాను విశ్వ విరాట స్వరూపమే.
This entire area here is a Vishwavirat, this cosmic form of the Lord.
కనుక ఇట్టి దివ్యమైనటువంటి భావాన్ని విశ్వసించి దివ్యనామాన్ని స్మరించి జీవితాన్ని ధన్యము గావించుకోండి.
Have this firm faith in this divine thought, divine ideas and sanctify your lives.
प्रेम मुदित मन से कहो राम 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 श्री राम 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 मुदित मन से कहो राम 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 श्री राम राम राम
कटे दुख मिटे लेत राम नाम। भव समुद्र सुखद नाव एक राम नाम। परम शांति सुख निदान दिय राम नाम। निराधार को आधार एक राम नाम। माता पिता बंधु सखा सब ही राम नाम। भक्त जन जीवन जन एक राम नाम। भक्त जन जीवन जन एक राम नाम। राम 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 श्री राम राम राम। राम 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 श्री राम 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 श्री राम राम राम।
तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे। तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तेरी जन्मभूमि में साई आए बिछड़े बहन भाई।
तेरी जन्मभूमि में साई आए बिछड़े बहन भाई।
तेरी पूजा करने बाबा तेरी प्रशांति में आएंगे।
तेरी पूजा करने बाबा तेरी प्रशांति में आएंगे।
तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
धन्य हो ईश्वरांबा मेरे साई को तुमने जन्मा।
धन्य हो ईश्वरांबा मेरे साई को तुमने जन्मा।
23 नवंबर को बाबा साई भजन गान करेंगे।
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 तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तेरे जन्मदिन में साई तुझे कोटि प्रणाम करेंगे।
तेरी जन्मभूमि में साई आए बिछड़े बहन भाई।
तेरी जन्मभूमि में साई आए बिछड़े बहन भाई।
तेरी पूजा करने बाबा तेरी प्रशांति में आएंगे।
तेरी पूजा करने बाबा तेरी प्रशांति में आएंगे।
धन्य हो ईश्वरांबा मेरे साई को तुमने जन्मा।
धन्य हो ईश्वरांबा मेरे साई को तुमने जन्मा।
23 नवंबर को बाबा साई भजन गान करेंगे।
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 Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai Baba.
Happy birthday to you Sai Rama. Happy birthday to you Sai
असतो मा सद्गमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतं गमय। शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। ॐ तत्सत् श्रीनारायणतु पुरुषोत्तम गुरुतु सिद्धबुद्धतु स्कन्द विनायक सविता पावकतु सविता पावकतु ब्रह्ममद्रतु यमशक्तितु ईशुपिता प्रभुतु रुद्रविष्णुतु रामकृष्णतु रहीमतावतु रहीमतावतु वासुदेवतो विश्वरूपतु चिदानन्द हरितु अद्वितीयतु अकाल निर्भय आत्मलिङ्ग शिवतु आत्मलिङ्ग शिवतु आत्मलिङ्ग शिवतु। ॐ जय जगदीश हरे स्वामी सत्य साई हरे भक्तजना संरक्षक भक्तजना संरक्षक पक्षि महेश्वर। ॐ जय जगदीश हरे शशिवदना श्रीकरा सर्वा प्राणपते स्वामी सर्वा प्राणपते आश्रित कल्पलतीका आश्रित कल्पलतीका आपद्बान्धव। ॐ जय जगदीश हरे मातपिता गुरुदेवमुनि अन्तयुनीवे स्वामी मणि अन्तयुनीवे नाग ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नाग ब्रह्म जगन्नाथ नागेन्द्राशयन। ॐ जय जगदीश हरे ओंकार रूप तेजस्वी साई महादेवा सत्य साई महादेवा मंगल आरती अंतको मंगल आरती अंतको मंगल गिरिधारी। ॐ जय जगदीश हरे नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण सत्य नारायण नारायण। ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण सत्य नारायण नारायण। ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा नारायण नारायण ओम सत्य नारायण 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 ओम सत्य नारायण नारायण सत्य नारायण नारायण। ओम जय सद्गुरुदेवा। ओम शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु समस्तलोकाः सुखिनो भवन्तु शांति शांति शांति। जय बोलो भगवान श्री सत्य साई बाबा जी की। परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमं पवित्रं बाबा विभूतिं परमं विचित्रं लीला विभूतिं परमार्थ इष्टार्थमोक्षप्रदानं परमार्थ इष्टार्थमोक्षप्रदानं बाबा विभूतिं इदमाश्रयामि बाबा विभूतिं इदमाश्रयामि। Sacred, holy and supreme is Baba's vibhuti, pouring forth in sacred stream this way of vibhuti. So auspicious is its mind, it grants liberation. Baba's vibhuti, its power protects me.
Sairam, I would like to call upon Group 3 student Parvati to read the quote for the week.
My humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dearest Swami. Respected elders, brothers and sisters, Jai Sai Ram. The quote for the week is, "Let all beings in the world be happy. Include this universal prayer in your prayers every day. This is my birthday message to you."
Thank you, Parvati. And next we have Sister Aditi for thought for the week.
My most humble pranams at the lotus feet of our dearest Bhagavan, respected elders, brothers and sisters, Jai Saram. Love must grow with every moment of spiritual practice. It must sweeten every word, deed and thought. Emerge from meditation as a person more charged with love. Emerge from bhajans with a greater measure of love. Return from bhajans with a firmer conviction that everything is surcharged with the same divinity that is behind all your activity. Sri Sathya Sai Baba, July 23rd, 1971. Jai Saram.
With love and gratitude, we now come to a close of the sacred and joy-filled celebrations of our beloved Bhagavan's 100th birthday. Today's program has been a reminder of his timeless message of love, unity, and service. A lot of hard work has gone into today's program, and I would like to thank everyone involved. Special thanks to Uncle Vignesh and Uncle Mahesh for bringing us your wisdom and sharing it with us today. And thank you to all the teams who put in a lot of time and effort for today, the media team, the altar team, the food Seva team, the BalVikas team, the Bhajan team, and any other team that I may have missed. What a program it's been, what a year it's been, and what 100 years it's been. Every single day for the last 100 years, Swami, we can only thank you for bringing us into your fold, into your embrace, for protecting us, for showing us who we really are. Thank you for reminding us we are not the body, we're not the mind, we are the Atma. At the same time, Swami, thank you for your unwavering compassion, for holding on to us while we struggle, for smiling at us when we are in joy, and for shaking your head when we make a mistake. for indeed ensuring all our lives are full of bliss, for teaching us that there is no difference between joy and grief. May we not just love you, Swami, but live you, Swami. May your light continue to guide our thoughts, words, and actions, and may we strive to embody your message every day. Thank you all once again for your presence and support. Vibhuti packets are placed at the altar in the corridor, and Sevadals will be handing out takeaway lunch prasadam bags. Please note the food may contain nuts. My fellow youth, please collect your hoodies from the Bhajan practice room. They are super cute and very comfortable. I hope everyone has a Sai-filled year ahead. Thank you, and Jai Sai Ram.